Welcome to Crime for Sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1, she had found the ad online, cheap rent, great location, one roommate who traveled a lot. The landlord said the roommate would be back eventually, but she never saw him. Then one night she woke up to the sound of a door creaking open, footsteps. When she checked the hallway, the roommate's door was open. The bed was neatly made, but someone had left wet footprints leading into the bathroom. In the quiet town of Millfield, where street lamps cast long shadows across rain-slicked pavements, Detective Sarah Conley stood motionless in apartment 4B, her eyes fixed on the bathroom door. The air hung heavy with the scent of lemon-scented cleaner and something subtle yet distinctly out of place. The kind of scent that didn't belong in a normal apartment. The kind that made the fine hairs on her arms rise despite the warmth of the room. "Tell me again when you first noticed something was wrong," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking any louder might disturb the delicate balance of evidence surrounding them. Megan Bennett, 26, graphic designer, clutched her elbows tight against her body. Her eyes never left the floor as she spoke. "I moved in 8 weeks ago. The rent was too good to pass up. Mr. Harris, the landlord, he mentioned that Daniel traveled for work, international consulting or something. I figured I'd meet him eventually." Detective Conley's pen moved slowly across her notepad, the scratching sound filling the silence between Megan's words. Each stroke deliberate, unhurried. The rain outside tapped gently against the window pane, creating a soft, steady rhythm that seemed to slow time itself. "But you never did," Conley said, not a question, but an invitation to continue. "No, never, not once." Megan's voice trembled slightly. There were signs someone had been here, though. Sometimes things in the kitchen would be rearranged. A coffee mug I'd left on the counter would be in the sink. I thought maybe Daniel had come back while I was at work. The detective moved toward the room at the end of the hallway, Daniel's room. The door hung open, revealing a space that seemed frozen in time. A bed with hospital corners, a desk without a speck of dust, books arranged by height on a shelf, nothing personal, no photographs, no indication of who Daniel might be beyond a name on a lease agreement. "And last night," Conley prompted, her gaze now fixed on the immaculate bed. Megan drew a deep breath. "I woke up around 3:15 a.m. I heard the front door open and close, then footsteps. I thought it was finally Daniel coming home. I waited, listening. The footsteps went into his room, then into the bathroom. I heard water running." Detective Conley knelt down, examining the now dry path where wet footprints had been. Her flashlight illuminated the subtle discoloration on the hardwood floor, and when you came out to check. His bedroom door was open. The bed was made like it always is, but there were wet footprints coming from his room to the bathroom. I knocked on the bathroom door, called out Daniel, but no one answered. Megan's voice grew quieter with each word. When I finally got the courage to open it, the bathroom was empty. The shower was wet. The mirror was fogged up. The detective stood slowly, her knees making a soft popping sound in the silence. She pulled a small evidence bag from her pocket, carefully collecting fibers from Daniel's pillow. "And you're certain no one left the apartment?" "Positive. I would have heard the door, and I was standing in the hallway the whole time." As the afternoon light began to fade, casting long shadows across the apartment, Detective Conley sat at the kitchen table, files spread before her. The landlord, Mr. Harris, shifted uncomfortably in his chair, his fingers constantly adjusting his tie. Daniel Mercer, Conley read from the application paperwork. 32 years old, works for Horizon Consulting. References check out, security deposit paid in cash. She looked up, eyes steady on the landlord's face. When was the last time you saw Mr. Mercer? Harris cleared his throat when he signed the lease, April last year. 16 months ago, Conlai said softly. And in all that time, you never once needed to enter his apartment for maintenance, never once ran into him collecting rent. Automatic payments set up through some service, and no maintenance calls. Harris's forehead glistened with a thin film of sweat despite the cool temperature in the room. Detective Conlai nodded slowly, making another note in her pad. I'd like to see his rental application and all correspondence you've had with him. The investigation unfolded like a delicate origami, each fold revealing a new dimension to the mystery. Daniel Mercer's employer had no record of him. His references, when contacted, described meeting him only once briefly at industry events. His social security number belonged to a man who had died in 1997. And yet, rent was paid on time every month from an account that could not be traced. 3 days after Megan's report, forensic technicians discovered something in Daniel's room. Behind the meticulously arranged bookshelf, a small section of wall had been cut out and replaced. Inside the cavity, a waterproof bag containing a passport, $50,000 in cash, and a key to a storage unit in a facility across town. The storage unit contained only one item, a large trunk locked with 3 separate padlocks. When they finally opened it, Detective Conlai found herself staring at neatly folded women's clothes. Beneath them, wrapped carefully in plastic, were driver's licenses, 12 different women, 12 different states. And at the very bottom, a small notebook filled with addresses, dates, and times. The most recent entry, dated just 1 week before, 4B apartment, Millfield Heights, new roommate moving in, Megan Bennett. As Detective Conlai sealed the notebook in an evidence bag, her phone buzzed with a message from the team at Megan's apartment. Found something in the bathroom. Hidden camera in vent, recording to remote server. The case of Daniel Mercer, if that was even his real name, was far from closed. But as night fell over Millfield once more, one thing became increasingly clear. The roommate who was never seen had been watching all along. And somewhere, perhaps in another apartment with another unsuspecting roommate, he might be watching still. His presence betrayed only by the occasional creak of a floorboard or the lingering scent of someone who should not be there. In the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, when the streets of Millfield lay silent under a blanket of darkness, Detective Conlai often found herself awake, wondering about the man who had mastered the art of being invisible. The ghost who moved through walls, through lives, without leaving a trace. She wondered if he knew they were looking for him now. And sometimes, in those darkest hours, she would catch herself listening for footsteps that shouldn't be there. Story 2, in the quiet suburb of Oakwood Hills, where maple trees line streets named after birds and presidents, Eleanor Madsen lived alone in a Victorian house that had seen better days. The neighborhood was known for its safety, the kind of place where people still left their doors unlocked, but not Eleanor, never Eleanor. The heavy oak door at the front of her home had been there since 1892, its brass handle worn smooth by generations of palms. The lock was old, too stiff and temperamental, requiring a firm twist and sometimes a gentle nudge with the shoulder to fully engage. Every night at precisely 10:15, Eleanor would turn that lock, testing the handle afterward with a gentle tug, a ritual as regular as her evening chamomile tea. Detective James Harlow first encountered the case on a Tuesday morning in late October, when the trees outside the precinct windows were shedding copper-colored leaves that collected in the building's gutters. The call had come in as a possible break-in, but there was something odd about it from the start. "She says it's happened 12 times now," Officer Reeves explained, sliding a thin folder across Harlow's desk. The paper made a soft, whispering sound against the worn wood. Door unlocked every morning, but nothing stolen, nothing disturbed. The detective's fingers traced the edge of the file, feeling the slight roughness of the manila paper. "Faulty lock?" he asked, voice low and measured in the quiet of the early morning office. "Locksmith checked it twice, working perfectly." When Harlow arrived at Aliner's house, the air held that peculiar stillness that often settles just before rain. She was waiting for him on the porch, a tall woman in her 60s with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, her cardigan buttoned precisely to the throat despite the mild weather. "It started 6 weeks ago," she explained, leading him through a hallway where faded photographs documented a family history he couldn't quite piece together. Her voice was steady, her hands weren't shaking, but Harlow noticed how her eyes constantly drifted toward the front door. "At first, I thought I'd forgotten. We all have moments at my age." The living room was meticulously ordered books arranged by height on shelves, cushions perfectly centered on the sofa. Aliner Madsen was not someone who forgot to lock her door. "But then it kept happening," she continued, pouring tea into delicate cups that clinked softly against their saucers. "Every morning unlocked, sometimes even slightly open." Harlow examined the lock under the soft yellow light from an old table lamp. The mechanism moved smoothly, the deadbolt sliding into place with a satisfying click. "No signs of tampering," he murmured, more to himself than to Aliner. "I've lived in this house for 37 years, detective. That lock has never failed me." As rain began to tap gently against the windows, Harlow set up a simple camera in the entryway, positioned to capture the door throughout the night. Aliner's relief was palpable, her shoulders lowering slightly from their tense position. "Call me if anything happens before morning," he instructed, stepping out into the drizzle, the collar of his coat turned up against the chill. Back at the station, Harlow ran Aliner Madsen's name through the system. No criminal record, no history of mental health issues, no recent trauma that might explain paranoia or forgetfulness. Her husband had died 8 years prior heart attack, nothing suspicious. Their only son lived in Seattle, called every Sunday evening. The next morning, Aliner called just after 7. Her voice was different, tighter, higher. "It happened again," she said, and the camera recorded it. The footage was clear despite the low light. The hallway remained still and silent until midnight, when the second hand on the grandfather clock in the corner completed its rotation. Then, without warning or visible cause, the deadbolt slowly retracted into the door. The handle turned just enough for the latch to release. The door opened half an inch, a thin slice of darkness visible between door and frame. No one was there, nothing moved except the lock itself. Harlow reviewed the footage 3 times, the quiet hum of the computer the only sound in his office. He checked for editing, for technical glitches, for anything that might explain what he was seeing. The video was continuous, unaltered. That evening, he returned to Aliner's house with more sophisticated equipment. Motion sensors, thermal cameras, an electromagnetic field detector borrowed from a colleague who investigated paranormal claims on weekends. "I'm not suggesting anything supernatural," he assured Alina, noting how her fingers twisted anxiously in her lap. "But all unexplained phenomena have rational causes. We just need better tools to find them." For 3 nights they monitored the house. For 3 nights at exactly midnight the lock turned itself. The thermal cameras showed no heat signatures. The EMF detector remained silent. The motion sensors picked up nothing but the gentle movement of air from the heating vents. On the 4th day, Harlow called a locksmith who specialized in historical hardware. The elderly man arrived with a leather satchel of tools that looked as antique as the lock itself. His gnarled fingers moved with surprising dexterity as he disassembled the mechanism piece by piece. "Well, here's your problem," he finally said, holding up what looked like a small metal cylinder. "This is a time tumbler. Not common, but they were a specialty item back when this house was built." Alina and Harlow exchanged glances. "A time tumbler?" the detective asked. "It's a mechanical timer inside the lock," the locksmith explained, placing the piece on a cloth on the table. "Usually installed for security concerns back when household staff were common. The lock would automatically disengage at a preset time, allowing early morning deliveries or servants' entry without disturbing the family." "But this house has been here for over a century," Alina said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Why would it suddenly start working now?" The locksmith shrugged. "Metal expands and contracts with temperature changes. Old springs can suddenly release after decades of tension. Sometimes all it takes is the right combination of humidity, temperature, and time." The explanation was logical, rational, yet something about it left Harlow unsatisfied as he watched the locksmith replace the mechanism with a modern, simpler version. 2 weeks later, he received a letter from Alina Madsen. The new lock was working perfectly. No more midnight openings, no more unsecured doors in the morning, but she'd done some research into the house's history that she thought might interest him. In 1892, when the house was first built, the owner had been a judge named William Crawford. His youngest daughter, Sarah, had died in the Spanish flu epidemic of 1918. According to local newspaper archives, she had been locked in her bedroom as her fever worsened, a common if misguided practice to prevent the spread of the disease. She had died alone at midnight while trying to unlock her door. Alina's letter ended with a postscript. The original lock from the front door had been repurposed for interior doors when the house was renovated in the 1940s. She didn't specify which room had received the old front door lock. Harlow filed his report citing the mechanical explanation. Case closed, but sometimes on particularly quiet nights, he finds himself thinking about time tumblers and forgotten mechanisms, about doors that unlock themselves, and about how some things, once set in motion, can take a very long time to complete their appointed task. Story 3. The dust particles danced lazily in the beam of afternoon light that cut through the small attic window. Emma Caldwell traced her finger over the leather-bound yearbook, feeling each crack and crevice beneath her fingertips. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten memories, the floorboards occasionally creaking under her shifting weight as she sat cross-legged in the warm puddle of sunlight. She hadn't intended to spend her Saturday afternoon among cardboard boxes and old photo albums, but when her mother had mentioned clearing out the attic before their upcoming move, Emma felt compelled to sift through the remnants of her childhood one last time. The yearbook from Westfield Elementary had been nestled between winter coats and Christmas decorations, its burgundy cover faded but still familiar. The spine made a soft cracking sound as she opened it, releasing the scent of aged paper and binding glue. Emma smiled as she turned the pages, fingertips ghosting over faces she had once known so well. Mrs. Peterson's 5th grade class, 2007. The classroom where she had spent an entire year learning about the solar system, long division, and the American Revolution. The class photo spread across 2 pages, 27 children arranged in 3 neat rows, all wearing their best outfits, all wearing their best smiles. Emma found herself immediately, 2nd row, 5th from the left, her front tooth missing and her hair pulled into uneven pigtails. She chuckled at the memory of losing that tooth the day before picture day. Her eyes moved methodically across the faces, naming each one in her mind. Tyler Anderson, Rachel Bennett, Marcus Coleman. She had spent 8 years with these same children, moving from classroom to classroom together, a small town education where everyone knew everyone. But then her finger stopped on a face she didn't recognize. 3rd row, 7th from the right. A girl with dark hair pulled back into a neat braid, wearing a collared white blouse. She had a slight, close-lipped smile, the kind that suggested she knew something others didn't. Emma frowned, studying the face more carefully. The girl stood directly behind Emma in the photo, her hands resting lightly on the back of Emma's chair. Emma scanned the names printed at the bottom of the page, arranged to match the positions in the photo. In the spot where the mysterious girl stood, it simply read Olivia, no last name. "That's strange," Emma whispered to the empty attic. She'd never known an Olivia in her class. She flipped to the individual portraits section, running her finger down the page until she reached the Ms. Martin, Mitchell, Morris, but no Olivia. The girl with the braid wasn't there. Emma returned to the class photo, studying it more intently. The longer she looked, the more unsettled she felt. She was certain, absolutely certain, that she had never seen this girl before. Yet there she was, standing with the rest of Mrs. Peterson's 5th grade class, looking as if she belonged. Emma grabbed her phone and snapped a picture of the yearbook page. She texted it to Rachel, her oldest friend from elementary school, with the message, "Who is this girl behind me? Olivia. Did we have an Olivia in our class?" Rachel's response came quickly. "What girl? There's no one behind you except Marcus." Emma looked back at the photo, at the dark-haired girl clearly standing behind her chair. She took another photo, this time zooming in on the mystery girl, and sent it to Rachel. "There's no one there, Em. Are you messing with me?" A chill ran down Emma's spine despite the warmth of the attic. She returned to the beginning of the yearbook, to the 4th grade class photo from the year before. Again, she found herself quickly front row, 3rd from the right, and there, sitting beside her, was the same dark-haired girl with the braid. This time the girl's hand rested on Emma's shoulder, her enigmatic smile unchanged. Emma's heart began to beat faster as she turned to the 3rd grade photos, then 2nd, then 1st. In every class photo, the girl named Olivia appeared, always positioned next to Emma, always with that same knowing smile, always with some point of contact, a hand on Emma's shoulder, standing close enough that their arms touched, leaning slightly in Emma's direction. With trembling hands, Emma pulled out her phone again and called her mother. "Mom," she said, trying to keep her voice steady, "did you ever know a girl named Olivia in my class at Westfield?" Her mother's pause lasted a beat too long. "Why do you ask, honey?" "I found my old yearbooks. There's a girl named Olivia in all my class photos, but I don't remember her." Rachel doesn't either. The line went quiet. Emma could hear her mother's breathing. "Mom, I'm coming up to the attic," her mother said finally, her voice unnaturally controlled. Emma heard the stairs creak as her mother climbed to the attic. When she appeared in the doorway, her face was pale. "Show me," she said quietly. Emma handed her the yearbook, open to the 5th grade photo. Her mother's eyes scanned the image, then she slowly sat down on a nearby box. "We never told you," she began, her voice barely above a whisper. "We thought it was better that way." "Told me what?" Emma asked, the yearbook suddenly feeling heavier in her hands. "When you were 4, just before you started kindergarten, you developed an imaginary friend. You called her Olivia." Her mother's eyes remained fixed on the yearbook. It wasn't unusual. Many children have imaginary friends, but yours was different. "Different how?" "You insisted she was real. You would set a place for her at dinner. You would wait for her to get on the bus before you would. You would get angry if anyone sat in her seat." Her mother looked up at Emma. "The school psychologist said it was just a phase, that you would outgrow it." "But what does that have to do with these photos?" Emma asked, pointing to the dark-haired girl. Her mother's hand trembled slightly as she took the yearbook. "There is no girl in these photos, Emma. There never was." Emma grabbed the book back, staring at the image. The girl named Olivia looked back at her, solid and real as any other child in the photo. "That's impossible. She's right there." "Honey, I need you to listen carefully," her mother said, her voice low and urgent. "Only you can see her. Only you have ever been able to see her." Emma felt the room tilt slightly. "That doesn't make sense. She's in the yearbook. They printed it." Her mother took a deep breath. "After the incident in 2nd grade, when you became so insistent that Olivia wasn't being included properly, the school decided to handle it differently. The principal thought that if Olivia was acknowledged, if they pretended she was real, you might eventually let her go naturally. So they edited her into the photos." "No, Emma, they didn't need to." Her mother's eyes filled with tears. "When they took the class photos, you stood with a space beside you. You posed as if someone was standing there. In the yearbook proofs, there was just an empty space. But when you looked at them, you saw her. You've always seen her." Emma's throat went dry. "That's not possible." Her mother reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. She found a photo and handed it to Emma. It was an original print of the 5th grade class photo, slightly faded with age. Emma found herself in the 2nd row, 5th from the left, but beside her was an empty space, a gap between her and the next student. No dark-haired girl, no Olivia. The yearbook slipped from Emma's hands and fell to the attic floor, landing open to the 5th grade photo. She stared down at it, at the girl with the braid who stood behind her chair, whose hands now seemed to grip the back of it with white knuckles, whose smile no longer looked knowing but warning. And for the first time, Emma noticed that in this photo, Olivia's eyes were looking directly at the camera, the only student not looking at the photographer. Instead, she seemed to be looking at whoever might be studying the photo years later. Looking directly at Emma, here and now, in the dusty afternoon light of the attic. 44, the fluorescent lights of the Sunoco station buzzed softly against the midnight silence of Route 16. Outside, a gentle October rain tapped against the windows, creating a hypnotic rhythm that matched the slow, methodical movements of the night shift cashier as she restocked cigarettes behind the counter. The clock on the wall ticked forward, each second stretching into the stillness of the night, marking time in this unremarkable place on an unremarkable evening until something impossible happened. At precisely 11:42 p.m., the security camera captured a man entering through the glass doors. The gentle electronic chime announced his arrival, a soft interruption to the ambient hum of the refrigerators. He wore a navy blue windbreaker, dampened by rain at the shoulders, faded jeans, and boots that left faint moisture marks on the linoleum floor. His movements were unhurried as he made his way to the refrigerated section, the soft squeak of his soles accompanying each step. The cashier, Diane Mercer, barely looked up from her inventory clipboard as the man selected a bottle of Mountain Dew, approached the counter, and placed a crisp $20 bill beside the drink. Their interaction was brief, a few exchanged words about the weather, nothing more. The man's face, partially obscured by the shadow of his baseball cap, revealed only a neatly trimmed beard and the faint lines around his eyes that crinkled when he offered a polite smile. He collected his change, tucked the drink into his jacket pocket, and walked out, the electronic door chime marking his departure. 3 minutes later, at 11:47 p.m., the door chimed again. Diane glanced up, her pen hovering over her clipboard. The same man walked in identical navy windbreaker with rain droplets on the shoulders, same faded jeans, same worn boots that squeaked slightly against the floor. Without hesitation, he moved toward the refrigerated section, selected a Mountain Dew, and approached the counter. The same $20 bill appeared between his fingers. The same polite smile formed beneath his cap. "Forgot something?" Diane asked, a question that would later echo through the investigation that followed. The man looked at her with a momentary confusion before responding, "No, just stopping for a drink." His voice carried the same gentle southern drawl as the first man not pronounced, just a slight elongation of vowels that spoke of origins somewhere in North Carolina or Tennessee. As Diane processed the transaction, a cold uneasiness spread through her chest. She glanced through the front windows to the parking lot, where a blue pickup truck, the first man's vehicle, remained parked under the harsh white lights of the station. It hadn't moved. The first man had never left. She handed back the change with fingers that trembled slightly. The security footage would later show how she stepped back from the counter, how her eyes darted between the man before her and the parking lot outside. The second man, identical in every visible way to the first, pocketed his drink and walked out, the door chiming behind him. Detective Marcus Holloway first encountered the case 2 days later, when the security footage found its way to the Wake County Sheriff's Department. A manila folder landed on his desk alongside a cup of cooling coffee. Inside, a single DVD and a brief report filed by Diane Mercer described what she had witnessed. The detective's office was small, with walls the color of nicotine stains and blinds that never fully closed. The DVD player whirred softly as it accepted the disc. Holloway leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking beneath his weight, and watched the events unfold on his monitor. "Play it again," he said to himself, rewinding the footage. The grainy black and white images replayed. A man enters, buys a drink, leaves. Minutes later, the same man enters again, identical in every way. Holloway's fingers drummed lightly against his desk as he paused the footage at various points, studying the timestamp in the corner of the screen. No jumps or irregularities, no signs of tampering. He leaned closer to the screen, narrowing his eyes at the image of the man's face, trying to discern any differences between the first visitor and the second. In the days that followed, Holloway interviewed Diane Mercer 3 separate times. Each retelling remained consistent, unnervingly so. He collected the receipt data, confirming 2 separate transactions 3 minutes apart. He reviewed additional footage from exterior cameras, which showed the blue pickup remaining stationary throughout both transactions. "Did you notice anything different about the second man?" Holloway asked during their final interview, his voice carrying the soft weight of exhaustion. "Anything at all? The way he walked, talked, smelled even?" Diane shook her head slowly, her fingers curled around a styrofoam cup of vending machine coffee. "It was him," she said. "Same person, exactly the same, but it couldn't be, could it?" The blue pickup truck became the center of the investigation. Registered to one Thomas Grayson, age 42, a construction foreman with no criminal record beyond a speeding ticket from 2018. Holloway traced Grayson's movements that evening: dinner alone at a diner 20 miles up the highway, then the stop at the Sunoco station on his way home to Raleigh. But Thomas Grayson never made it home that night. His house stood empty when officers performed their welfare check. His bed remained made, his coffee pot clean and dry. His cell phone was found in the cup holder of his truck, which was discovered abandoned at the Oakwood Rest area, 15 miles from the gas station, keys still in the ignition. The second man, the copy, the duplicate, the impossibility vanished into the night. No other cameras captured his image. No witnesses reported seeing him after he exited the gas station. He simply ceased to exist beyond the boundaries of the Sunoco's fluorescent lighting. 6 months later, the case of Thomas Grayson remained open but inactive. Detective Holloway still kept the DVD in his desk drawer, occasionally reviewing the footage during late nights at the office. Forensic analysts found nothing unusual about the video itself: no digital manipulation, no evidence of twins or lookalikes staging an elaborate hoax. The prevailing theory suggested Grayson had planned his own disappearance, using the gas station as the first step in abandoning his life. Yet this explanation failed to account for the simultaneous presence of his truck in the parking lot while he was inside the store a second time. On particularly quiet nights, when the office emptied and only the hum of the air conditioning filled the silence, Holloway would sometimes stand at his window overlooking the city lights and wonder about the nature of identity, how we know someone is who they appear to be. He'd think about Thomas Grayson, a man who walked into a gas station and in some inexplicable way walked in again before he ever walked out. The security footage remains in the evidence locker of the Wake County Sheriff's Department, a digital record of an impossible event. And somewhere, perhaps, a man who looks exactly like Thomas Grayson is still walking, entering doors for the first time, or perhaps the second. Story 5. The leather journal sat on Detective Sarah Hansen's desk, its worn cover catching the soft glow of her desk lamp. Outside her office window, rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the glass, creating a soothing backdrop to the late-night silence of the precinct. The detective's fingers traced the edges of the book, feeling the subtle textures of age and use. It had arrived that morning in an evidence box from a small town 300 miles away, accompanied by a handwritten note from a detective she'd never met. The names in this book, all of them gone, the last one still alive when it was found, thought you might see what we couldn't. Sarah carefully opened the cover, wincing slightly at the soft creak of the binding. The first page revealed handwriting so precise it almost appeared printed a neat, flowing script that spoke of patience and attention to detail. Names and dates organized in columns, nothing more. No addresses, no descriptions, no obvious connections, just names and dates stretching back nearly 15 years. The journal had been discovered by a young woman named Eliza Mercer in a thrift store in Sheffield, a town of just under 5,000 people. According to the case notes, Eliza had been browsing through a box of old books when she found it tucked at the bottom. She'd purchased it for $2, thinking it would make a nice sketch journal. It wasn't until she flipped through its pages at home that she noticed the final entry, her own name, written in that same perfect script, dated just hours before she'd purchased it. Sarah sipped her cooling coffee, feeling the weight of the ceramic mug against her palm. The shop owner couldn't recall who had donated the box of books. The donation had come in with several others during their annual spring cleaning drive. No cameras, no records kept of donations, a dead end. She turned the pages slowly, studying the names. 57 in total, including Eliza Mercer, each written with the same careful penmanship, each followed by a date. Sarah had already checked the first 10 names against missing persons and obituary records. Each person had been reported missing or found dead within 3 days of the date beside their name. Never on the exact date, always within the 3-day window following. The soft hum of the building's heating system created a white noise backdrop as Sarah continued through the list. Name after name, date after date, missing or dead, all of them, except for Eliza Mercer, who had found her own name written as the final entry and immediately contacted the local police. The detective assigned to the case in Sheffield, a veteran named Reynolds, had initially dismissed it as a bizarre coincidence or perhaps a prank, but something about Eliza's fear had prompted him to check a few of the names. When the pattern emerged, the case took on a new dimension. Reynolds had worked it for 3 months before sending it to Sarah's department, known for handling unusual cases. Sarah leaned back in her chair, the leather creaking softly beneath her. The metal filing cabinet in the corner ticked as it cooled in the night air. She closed her eyes, letting the ambient sounds of the empty precinct wash over her while her mind worked through possibilities. The book itself had yielded no fingerprints except Eliza's and Detective Reynolds'. The paper was common, available at any stationery store. The leather cover was well made but unremarkable. The ink was standard black, possibly from a fountain pen based on the flow of the script, but again, nothing that couldn't be purchased in thousands of locations. She opened her eyes and returned to the journal, this time focusing on the geographical distribution of the names. They spanned 7 states, though most were concentrated in rural areas within a 300-mile radius. The victims shared no obvious physical characteristics. Different ages, genders, occupations, backgrounds. The only connection was their appearance in this book, their names written in that perfect script before they disappeared or died. The phone on her desk rang, its sudden intrusion into the quiet making her fingers tighten momentarily around the journal. It was Reynolds. "I've been thinking about the journal," he said without preamble, his voice grainy through the connection. "About Eliza Mercer's name being the last one. Why would the writer stop there? Why expose themselves by including someone who would discover the book?" Sarah's gaze drifted back to the final page, to Eliza's name written there in that same meticulous handwriting. "Maybe they didn't," she replied, feeling a slight chill despite the warmth of her office. Maybe Eliza was supposed to be next, but finding the book changed something. "Or maybe," Reynolds said slowly, "finding the book was part of the plan." 3 days after Eliza Mercer found her name in the journal, she remained safe under police protection. The expected window had passed. She was the first person named in the book to survive beyond the 3-day mark. Sarah carefully closed the journal and slipped it into an evidence bag. As she did, something caught her eye, a slight discoloration on the inside back cover. Using her desk lamp, she angled the journal to catch the light. There, almost invisible unless you knew to look for it, was a name written in the same perfect script, this time pressed so lightly into the leather that no ink had been used. Detective Sarah Hansen. The soft rain continued its gentle pattern against her window as she stared at her own name, feeling the weight of the journal in her hands, suddenly heavy with implication. The building settled around her with a quiet groan of old pipes and weathered foundations. Somewhere in the distance, a door closed with a soft click, and Sarah realized why the book had been sent to her. Story 6, the leather-bound book, had been forgotten on the third-floor shelf of the Millfield County Library for 17 years. Its pages had yellowed slightly at the edges, and the scent of aged paper mingled with the faint aroma of lemon polish that hung in the air. Detective Morgan Reeves ran his finger along the dusty spine, pausing when he felt something peculiar, a thin bookmark that didn't belong. He carefully extracted the volume from between its companions and opened it to find a small slip of paper with a phone number written in faded blue ink. The handwriting was neat but hurried, as though the person who'd scribbled it down had been pressed for time. Without really thinking about why, Reeves copied the number into his own notebook. Late that evening, in the silence of his apartment, with only the gentle patter of rain against the windows and the distant hum of traffic below, he found himself staring at those 7 digits. Something about the number seemed to call to him. The clock on his wall ticked softly as he reached for his phone. One ring, that was all, then a soft click. "Hello," a woman's voice answered, clear and steady. Before Reeves could respond, before he could even draw a breath to speak, the voice continued in a whisper that seemed to brush against his ear like a cold breeze. "I was waiting for you to call." The detective's office fell silent the next morning when he walked in, his footsteps echoing across the worn linoleum floor. His colleague, Detective Sarah Mercer, looked up from her computer screen and immediately noticed the dark circles under his eyes. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she observed, pushing a cup of coffee toward him. "Something strange happened last night," Reeves said, his voice low and measured as he settled into his chair. The wooden frame creaked beneath him as he withdrew his notebook and laid it open on the desk. "I found a number in an old book at the library when I called it." He hesitated, the memory of that voice still fresh in his mind. Detective Mercer waited, her expression patient but curious. Outside, clouds drifted across the morning sun, causing shadows to slide slowly across the office floor. "The voice on the other end knew I was going to call," Reeves finally said, "before I even spoke." Mercer's skepticism was evident in the slight arch of her eyebrow, but she said nothing as Reeves dialed the number again, this time putting it on speaker. They listened as it rang once, then went silent. "No answer." "Try again," Mercer suggested, leaning forward, her interest piqued despite her initial doubt. 3 more attempts yielded nothing but that solitary ring followed by silence. No voice, no connection, no explanation. The 2 detectives might have left it at that, a strange coincidence, perhaps a crossed line had it not been for what happened next. As they prepared to move on with their day, Reeves's desk phone rang. The sound was jarring in the quiet office. He reached for it, his fingers closing around the receiver with a sense of inevitability. "Detective Reeves," he answered. "Stop calling that number," the same female voice from the night before said. "You don't know what you're doing." Then the line went dead. What followed was a slow, methodical investigation that began to consume Reeves and gradually Mercer as well. They traced the phone number through records, discovering it had belonged to a woman named Eleanor Sinclair, who had lived in a small apartment at the edge of town until her disappearance 15 years earlier. Her case had gone cold, with no body found and no suspects identified. The book in which Reeves had found the number A volume on local folklore had been checked out only once in the past 20 years, by Eleanor herself, just 3 days before she vanished. On a gray Tuesday afternoon, the detectives found themselves standing outside Eleanor's former apartment building, a modest structure with peeling paint and windows that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The current tenant, an elderly man named Mr. Peterson, invited them in, the floorboards sighing beneath their weight as they entered. "I've always felt like she's still here sometimes," Mr. Peterson told them, his gnarled hands wrapped around a mug of tea. "Especially near the telephone. Sometimes it rings, but when I answer, there's no one there." Reeves felt a chill run up his spine that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. He glanced at the old rotary phone sitting on a small table by the window. As they watched, a fine layer of dust seemed to shift on its surface, though there was no breeze. Their investigation led them deeper into Eleanor's life, a quiet librarian with few friends but a keen interest in local history, and according to her journal, which they eventually located, supernatural phenomena. The final entry in her journal, dated the day before her disappearance, contained just one line: "I think I've found a way to reach through." Days turned into weeks. The phone number remained disconnected according to official records, yet Reeves would occasionally receive calls from it, brief, cryptic messages that seemed to guide their investigation, always ending before he could ask questions. Then came the breakthrough. While reviewing security footage from the library's archives, they discovered something impossible: a woman who looked remarkably like Eleanor, based on her photographs, entering the library just last month. The timestamp showed she had been there the very day Reeves had found the number. "How can she be in that footage?" Mercer whispered, her skepticism finally giving way to unease. "She'd be in her 60s now, but this woman looks exactly as she did 15 years ago," Reeves finished, staring at the frozen image on the screen. That night, as Reeves sat alone in his apartment, the phone rang. He knew who it was before he answered. "Eleanor," he said simply. "Time isn't what you think it is, detective," she replied, her voice as clear as if she were standing beside him. "Neither is distance. I'm trying to come back, but something's holding me here." "Where are you?" he asked, his heart pounding. "Between," she answered, "always between. The call connects us, but not completely. Find the other books, detective. The ones I marked, they'll show you how to help me." The line went dead, leaving Reeves with more questions than answers, and the unsettling feeling that the boundary between present and past, between here and somewhere else, was far more permeable than he had ever imagined. The case of Eleanor Sinclair remains officially unsolved. Detective Reeves continues his search for the marked books, spending long hours in the library where it all began. Sometimes, out of the corner of his eye, he catches glimpses of a woman moving between the shelves, always just out of reach. And sometimes, in the deep quiet of night, his phone rings once before he even thinks to call. Story 7. The streetlights of Westbrook cast long, amber shadows across the wet pavement. It had rained earlier that evening, not a downpour, but a persistent drizzle that left everything with a glossy sheen, reflecting the city's glow. It was in this setting that Michael Donner first stepped out of his office building at 11:42 p.m. on October 17, 2018. The security camera footage would later show him adjusting his coat against the light chill, checking his watch, and then raising his hand to hail a taxi. Detective Sarah Mercer watched this footage 17 times over the course of her investigation. Each viewing revealed something subtle: the way Donner's shoulders relaxed when the yellow cab pulled to the curb, how he seemed to exchange only the briefest of words with the driver before sliding into the backseat. The camera's angle didn't capture the driver's face, just a silhouette behind the wheel as the taxi merged back into the thin late-night traffic. He looked tired but not concerned, Mercer noted in her case file, her pen making soft, scratching sounds against the paper as she wrote by the warm glow of her desk lamp. Just a man going home after a long day. The office where Donner worked was Hargrove Financial, a mid-sized accounting firm where he had been employed for 8 years. His colleagues described him as methodical, perhaps overly so, the type who triple-checked his work and kept his pencils arranged by length. He was neither particularly liked nor disliked. He simply existed in the comfortable middle ground of workplace acquaintanceships. On that Wednesday night, he had stayed late finalizing quarterly reports. Nothing unusual for him, especially during tax season. The cleaning staff had seen him hunched over spreadsheets at 10:30 p.m., his desk lamp creating a small island of light in the darkened office floor. By all accounts, it had been an ordinary day. The taxi's journey should have taken approximately 22 minutes to reach Donner's apartment in the Ridgewood district. Traffic cameras tracked the vehicle through downtown, turning onto Maple Avenue, then Westchester Boulevard. The last sighting was at the intersection of Caldwell and Pine, approximately 4 blocks from Donner's residence. What happened in those 4 blocks became the center of Detective Mercer's investigation. The morning after, Michael Donner woke at his usual time of 6:30 a.m. He showered, made coffee in his French press, the same routine he followed every weekday. It wasn't until he checked his banking app while waiting for his toast that something felt wrong. There was no charge from the taxi company. "I thought it might have been delayed processing," Donner later explained during his interview, his voice carrying the slightly hollow quality of someone still trying to make sense of events. "But I wanted to be responsible, to make sure I hadn't somehow forgotten to pay." The phone call he made to Westbrook Taxi Services was logged at 7:16 a.m. The dispatcher, Alina Watts, had worked for the company for 23 years. Her voice on the recorded line was courteous but increasingly puzzled as she searched the system. "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have any record of a pickup at that location yesterday evening," she told him. "Are you certain it was one of our vehicles?" Donner described the taxi yellow with the company's distinctive blue stripe and logo, standard issue for Westbrook Taxi Services. He remembered the car number, 847. "That's what's strange, Mr. Donner," Alina replied after a pause that seemed to stretch the digital recording. "We don't have a car numbered 847 in our fleet. Our numbering only goes up to 738. When Detective Mercer received the case 3 days later, it wasn't classified as an emergency. It appeared on her desk along with 2 other minor investigations, possibly a prank, possibly a misunderstanding, possibly a man who had walked home and forgotten in his exhaustion. But something in the precision of Donner's account caught her attention. the way he remembered the taxi number, the certainty in his voice. "What I find most interesting," she told her partner as they reviewed the security footage for the first time, "is that he made it home. If this was an impersonator or an unauthorized taxi, why take him exactly where he wanted to go?" The case files grew thicker as Mercer investigated. No unauthorized charges appeared on Donner's credit cards. His apartment showed no signs of disturbance. His key card had been used to enter his building at 12:09 a.m., consistent with the expected arrival time of the taxi. The night doorman, half asleep during his shift, vaguely remembered Donner coming in but couldn't recall if he had seen a taxi. 1 month into the investigation, Detective Mercer discovered something unusual. In reviewing taxi license applications from the previous year, she found a request for a vehicle registration under the number 847. The application had been submitted by Westbrook Taxi Services, but was rejected due to a clerical error and never resubmitted. More curious still was what she found when she ran a background check on the applicant listed as the potential driver. Thomas Elroy had no driver's license, no social security number, and no record of existence in any database she could access. The mystery deepened when Mercer interviewed a night shift worker at a convenience store located on Donner's route home. The clerk remembered seeing a yellow taxi with a blue stripe idling outside around midnight. He recalled it because the headlights were off, and he had momentarily wondered if the battery had died. The driver was just sitting there, the clerk told Mercer, his fingers tapping nervously on the counter. Never came in, never moved. Then when a customer left the store, the taxi just drove away, headlights still off. 6 weeks after Michael Donner had taken a taxi ride that apparently never happened, Detective Mercer received a call from Alina Watts at the taxi company. Her voice sounded tighter than usual, controlled in a way that suggested she was trying very hard to sound normal. "I was organizing some old files," Alina said, "and I found something I thought you should see." The file Alina had discovered was from 1993, 25 years earlier. It detailed the company's decision to retire taxi number 847 following an accident that had claimed the life of both the driver and his passenger. The driver's name had been Thomas Elroy. The passenger was Michael Donner's father. The case remains officially unresolved in Detective Mercer's files. Michael Donner continues his life at Hargrove Financial, still staying late, still taking taxis home on rainy nights, but he always checks the number now, and he always makes sure to ask the driver's name. Sometimes late at night when the rain makes soft patterns against her window, Detective Mercer still wonders about taxi number 847, about who or what had driven Michael Donner home that night and why. The security cameras show him arriving safely at his door, the taxi pulling away, headlights off, disappearing into the night like it had never existed at all. Perhaps in some way it never had. Story 8, the antique shop owner warned them not to open it. "It's been locked for years," he said. "Some things are best left that way." They ignored him, breaking the rusted lock. Inside was a single envelope addressed to them. The ink was fresh. In the basement of the Mason County Historical Society, Detective Laura Simmons traced her gloved finger across the faded mahogany of the safe. The air was thick with dust and the peculiar scent of old paper and metal. A single bulb cast long shadows across the concrete floor, barely illuminating the small room filled with forgotten artifacts. The safe, an early 20th century Mosler, had been donated 3 weeks ago by the estate of Harold Whitmore, a local businessman who had passed away quietly in his sleep at 92. Strange that someone would break into a historical society just for this, Laura murmured, her words dissolving into the stillness. The curator stood behind her, wringing his hands, his breathing shallow and quick. Nothing else was touched, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Security footage shows 2 individuals entering at 2:17 a.m. They knew exactly where to go, exactly what they wanted. Laura nodded slowly, examining the broken lock. Precision work, not the crude prying of amateur thieves. These were people who understood the mechanics of such an antique, who came prepared with specific tools. The safe door hung open, revealing the empty interior save for a scattered few metal filings where the lock had been dismantled. "And you said there was just the envelope inside?" Laura asked, her pen hovering above her notepad. The curator nodded. "According to our records, yes. When the safe was donated, we were instructed not to open it. Mr. Whitmore's will specified it should remain sealed for 20 years after his death." Laura made a note, the scratch of her pen against paper echoing in the small room. But someone couldn't wait that long. The morning light streamed through the windows of Harold Whitmore's study as Laura examined the old photographs on the wall. The house smelled of leather-bound books and the faint trace of pipe tobacco that had seeped into the furnishings over decades. Harold's daughter, Eleanor, a woman in her 60s with silver hair pulled back in a neat bun, sat across from her, hands folded in her lap. "My father was a collector of oddities," Eleanor explained, her voice steady but tired. "The safe came from an estate auction in 1974. I believe it belonged to the Caldwell family before that." Laura wrote down the name. The Caldwells had been prominent in Mason County since the 1920s, owners of the local paper mill before it closed in the early 2000s. "Did your father ever mention what was inside the safe?" Laura asked. Eleanor shook her head. "He never opened it. At least that's what he told me. He said some mysteries were meant to stay that way. It became something of a family joke what might be inside. Treasure, love letters, evidence of some forgotten crime. And yet, in his will, he donated it specifically to the Historical Society, with instructions not to open it for 20 years. Eleanor's eyes drifted to the window, to the garden where birds were gathering around a feeder. "My father was protective of other people's secrets. Whatever was in that safe, he believed it needed to stay buried a while longer." The Caldwell house stood on a hill overlooking the town, its Victorian architecture a testament to a bygone era of prosperity. Now it sat mostly empty, maintained by a caretaker who lived in the converted carriage house. Laura walked through the rooms, noting the spaces on walls where paintings had once hung, the indentations in the carpet where furniture had stood for generations. The caretaker, a man named James Horton, who had worked for the family for 30 years, followed a few steps behind. The last of the Caldwells died in 73. That would be Thomas Caldwell, Jr. He was the one who maintained the house after his parents passed, no children of his own. "And the safe?" Laura asked. "Do you know anything about it?" James's weathered face creased in thought. It was always in Mr. Thomas's study. He would sit at his desk sometimes, just staring at it. Never saw him open it, though, not once in all my years here. In the county records office, Laura sifted through yellowed newspaper clippings from 1952. A photograph showed Thomas Caldwell, SR, standing beside his wife at the opening of a new wing of the local hospital, their faces solemn despite the occasion. Their son, Thomas Jr., stood slightly apart, his gaze directed somewhere off camera. A separate article dated a week later reported the disappearance of Catherine Morris, a nurse at the hospital. 26 years old, unmarried, last seen leaving her shift on a Tuesday evening. Her car was found parked at the scenic overlook by Miller's Creek. No signs of struggle, no body ever recovered. Laura leaned back in her chair, the connections forming slowly in her mind like ink spreading through water. Thomas Caldwell, Jr., had been 28 in 1952, never married, worked at his father's paper mill in an administrative role, despite his education as a physician. The next morning, Laura received a call from Eleanor Whitmore. Her voice trembled over the line. "Someone broke into my house last night," she said. "They didn't take anything but my father's study. They went through everything." Laura arrived to find Eleanor standing in the doorway of the study, arms wrapped around herself. Books had been pulled from shelves, drawers emptied onto the floor, the desk cleared of its contents. "They were looking for something specific," Laura said, surveying the methodical nature of the search. Eleanor nodded, her face pale. "I found this on the desk." She held out a small card. On it was typed a single line: "The truth doesn't stay locked away forever." That evening, Laura sat at her kitchen table, piecing together what she knew. Harold Whitmore had been a lawyer in Mason County since the 1960s. The Caldwell family had been clients. Thomas Caldwell, Jr., died in 1973, and sometime after, Harold acquired the safe from the estate. He never opened it, but ensured it would remain sealed for decades after his death. Now, someone had broken into both the Historical Society and Eleanor's home, searching for something connected to that safe. Something that had been hidden for over 70 years. The envelope addressed to whoever had opened the safe with fresh ink. Laura's phone rang, breaking the silence. It was the curator from the Historical Society. "Detective Simmons, I thought you should know. We've been going through the donation records for the safe more thoroughly. There was a note with Mr. Whitmore's instructions that we overlooked before. It said, if opened before the appointed time, contact Eleanor Whitmore immediately." Laura thanked him and hung up, a chill settling over her despite the warmth of her kitchen. She dialed Eleanor's number, but there was no answer. After 3 attempts, she grabbed her keys and headed for the door. Eleanor's house was dark when Laura arrived. The front door stood slightly ajar. Drawing her weapon, Laura entered, calling out Eleanor's name. The house remained silent except for the steady ticking of the grandfathered clock in the hallway. In Harold's study, Laura found Eleanor sitting at the desk, a single lamp illuminating her face. Before her lay an open envelope and a handwritten letter. "They were here when I got home," Eleanor said without looking up, "waiting for me." "Who was waiting, Eleanor?" "The grandchildren, Catherine Morris's grandchildren." Eleanor finally raised her eyes to meet Laura's. They've been searching for answers about their grandmother for years. They found old letters, pieced together the story. She and Thomas Caldwell, Jr., had been in love, but his family opposed the match. She wasn't from the right social circle. Laura holstered her weapon and moved closer to the desk. What was in the envelope from the safe? "A confession," Eleanor replied, her voice hollow. "Thomas Caldwell, Jr. wrote it before he died. Catherine wasn't missing, she was buried on the Caldwell property. She was pregnant with Thomas's child. His father found out and there was an argument. Thomas S.R. pushed her. She fell, hit her head. They covered it up, made it look like she disappeared. Laura exhaled slowly, the weight of the decades-old secret filling the room. And your father, how was he involved? He was the Caldwell family lawyer. He helped them cover it up. Alina's hands trembled as she folded the letter. He kept Thomas Jr.'s confession all these years, locked away in that safe. His instructions were for it to remain sealed until everyone connected to the case would be gone. But Catherine's grandchildren couldn't wait, Laura said softly. Alina shook her head. They wanted justice, or at least closure. They'd traced the safe to the historical society, broke in to find the confession. When it wasn't what they expected, just directions to come here, they searched the house. I arrived while they were still here. Where are they now? Alina gestured vaguely toward the window. Gone. They have what they came for, the truth about their grandmother, and directions to where she's buried. She looked up at Laura, her eyes filled with a mixture of guilt and relief. Some secrets should stay buried, that's what my father believed, but maybe the truth needed to come out, even after all this time. Outside, rain began to fall, pattering against the windows. In the distance, thunder rumbled across the hills where the Caldwell house stood watch over the town, and its long-buried secrets that, despite locks and safes and the passage of time, had finally found their way into the light. Story 9, in the quiet suburb of Oakwood Heights, where maple trees lined streets named after presidents and poets, the Mercer family home sat slightly apart from its neighbors. A stately colonial with dark green shutters, it had belonged to the same family for 3 generations. The house was beautiful, pristine, and recently it had developed a peculiar habit. Every time the Mercers left their home, the security system would ping Margaret Mercer's phone with the same notification: motion detected at front door. The footage, when reviewed, always showed the same inexplicable scene. The doorbell would ring, no one would be there, just the empty porch, the swaying branches of the Japanese maple, and the sound of the bell echoing through an empty house. Detective Laura Simmons sat in her office, the blue light of her computer screen reflecting off her glasses as she reviewed the footage for the 7th time. Outside her window, autumn rain tapped against the glass with gentle persistence. The detective's office smelled of cold coffee and the faint vanilla scent of the old leather chair she'd inherited from her predecessor. Kids, she had told the Mercers during their first meeting 3 weeks ago. Her voice had been reassuring, practiced. It's almost certainly neighborhood kids playing pranks. Margaret Mercer had nodded, her slender fingers wrapped around a ceramic mug that hadn't made it to her lips in 10 minutes. Her husband, Daniel, sat beside her, his shoulders tense beneath his cardigan. "But why only when we're gone?" Margaret had asked, her voice barely above a whisper. How would they know? Detective Simmons had offered the usual explanations. They watched the driveway, they noticed patterns, perhaps they even followed social media where the family might inadvertently signal their absences. The Mercers had seemed satisfied with these answers, or at least they pretended to be. The footage continued its silent playback on Simmons' screen. The Mercers' porch at 2:37 p.m. on a Tuesday. The sound of the bell, no one visible. She leaned closer, studying the edge of the frame where the shadow of the maple tree created a perfect dark rectangle on the porch floor. The case would have remained classified as a minor nuisance, filed away under neighborhood disturbances, if not for what happened on the night of October 17th. The Mercers had gone to dinner, a rare evening out. Their 16-year-old daughter, Eliza, had stayed behind to finish a school project. At 7:43 p.m., Margaret's phone pinged with a familiar notification. She opened it without thinking, expecting to see the empty porch, the ringing doorbell, the absence of explanation. Instead, the footage showed something that made her drop her phone into her soup. The doorbell was ringing, but this time the camera caught the edge of a hand pressing the button, a hand coming from inside the house. Detective Simmons replayed this newer footage, frame by frame. There it was undeniable, a pale hand extending from the slightly ajar front door, pressing the doorbell from the inside, then withdrawing back into the darkness of the house. She picked up her desk phone and dialed Officer Jenkins, who had been first on the scene that night. "Tell me again what you found," she said, her voice steady despite the chill that had settled between her shoulder blades. Jenkins' voice crackled over the line. House was empty when we arrived, no signs of forced entry. The daughter, Eliza, wasn't there, back door standing wide open. We figured she'd gone out without telling her parents. "And the footprints in the garden." A pause, the sound of papers shuffling. "2 sets," Jenkins finally said. "One coming, one going. Same size, same tread pattern, looked like the girl's sneakers." Simmons thanked him and hung up. On her desk sat the Mercer family file, thin but growing thicker. She opened it and removed the statements taken from neighbors. Most had nothing to contribute, except for Mrs. Abernathy from across the street, who mentioned seeing Eliza return home with a friend several times in the weeks before the incident. A new friend, Mrs. Abernathy had specified. Never saw her before. Tall girl, kept her hoodie up even in the warm weather. Detective Simmons turned back to her computer and opened Eliza's social media profiles. Nothing unusual for a 16-year-old. School posts, music playlists, photos with friends, all the friends she had known for years. No sign of any new person in her life. The mystery of Eliza's disappearance might have deepened further if not for the call that came in at 2:14 a.m. 3 days later. Margaret Mercer, her voice trembling between terror and relief, reported that Eliza had returned home. She had climbed through her bedroom window, pale and exhausted but physically unharmed. When questioned, Eliza's story emerged in fragments pieced together over multiple interviews. Yes, she had made a new friend. No, she didn't know her real name. They had met online in a forum for people who experienced lucid dreams. The girl had taught Eliza exercises, ways to become more aware during sleep. She said if I practiced every day, I could learn to walk through the barrier, Eliza explained in the sterile interview room, her voice flat as if reciting something memorized. The barrier between sleeping and waking. According to Eliza, on the night she disappeared, her new friend had come over to show her a final exercise. They had sat facing each other on Eliza's bedroom floor. The friend had played strange tones on her phone, had Eliza repeat certain phrases. Then I was somewhere else, Eliza said, not asleep, not awake, walking in between. The next 3 days were a blur to her. She remembered walking through empty, mist-filled versions of familiar places. The school, the park, her own home, where everything looked the same but felt wrong, like furniture made of smoke. And every time I tried to get back, to really wake up, I'd hear the doorbell ring, Eliza whispered, even though I was inside the house. Eliza's friend was never found. The account they had communicated through disappeared. The forum where they had met had no record of any user matching her description. 2 weeks later, Detective Simmons sat at her kitchen table, reading through the case file one more time before it was officially closed. The psychological evaluation had determined that Eliza had experienced a dissociative episode triggered by stress and possibly exacerbated by sleep deprivation from her exercises. The friend, if she existed at all, was likely someone who had taken advantage of a vulnerable teenager's interest in the paranormal. Simmons closed the file. The explanation made sense. It tied up the loose ends. It explained why the security camera had captured a hand ringing the doorbell from inside Eliza herself in an altered state, trying to wake up by creating a familiar stimulus. As she stood to make a cup of tea, Simmons' phone pinged with a notification. Her own home security app alerting her to motion at her front door. She opened the video feed, her empty porch, the sound of the doorbell ringing, no one there. Detective Simmons stared at the screen for a long moment, then slowly turned toward her own front door, where the deadbolt was securely fastened. From somewhere deeper in her house came the soft, unmistakable chime of a doorbell ringing from the inside. Story 10. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. "Background check on the number," Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. "Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident." Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident. Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence. The accident report stated you were first on the scene, Morgan noted, before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her. Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look? His face paled. I told you I was worried. Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car, and later, he's forcing me off the road. The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. She wouldn't stay quiet, he told Morgan during interrogation. Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 11. She never liked going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was filled with forgotten things, draped in dust and cobwebs. In the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, eerily detailed, its tiny furniture meticulously placed. But as she peered inside, her stomach twisted. The figures inside weren't dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure positioned exactly where they had been sitting downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. The discovery sent a chill through her body that had nothing to do with the cold draft whistling through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property the family had moved into just weeks earlier. The case began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in their living room, refusing to return upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to an unfamiliar house. The detail is what struck me, Detective Harmon would later recall during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured something distinct about each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation shifted when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More disturbing still were microscopic cameras found embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse itself. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements over preceding days revealed an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just match where the family had been sitting that evening, they matched exact positions from different days, suggesting someone had been watching them long enough to learn their habits. We realized we weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking, explained Detective Harmon. The perpetrator demonstrated a level of obsession rarely documented in criminal psychology literature. The investigation uncovered a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found a makeshift living space with evidence someone had been residing there since before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been living underneath the family for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had handled the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information. Most hadn't noticed anything unusual, though one elderly woman mentioned occasionally seeing lights in the house during its vacancy period. I assumed it was the real estate people showing the property, she told investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be living there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras, analysts discovered the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls covered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries detailed the daily routines of each family member with disturbing precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing dozens of partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records showed mounting debt after his parents' deaths. Rather than selling the house outright, he'd created the hidden living space, continuing to live there while collecting rental income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his control center, explained the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure represented someone he watched, The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily calm as he described his motivation. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to make sure they were treating it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to know I was always watching." The psychological evaluation revealed a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't emotionally process losing his childhood home and created an elaborate system to maintain control over it. The dollhouse had become his way of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recalled the moment that haunted her most wasn't finding the dollhouse, but realizing what it meant. Someone had been watching us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The real horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was knowing that in his mind, we were just dolls to be positioned and observed. Wells was charged with multiple counts of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you invaded their sense of safety and autonomy. You observed their most private moments and recreated them for your entertainment. What makes the case particularly disturbing to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals suggested he had been living secretly within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, creating dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually found a new home far away, but Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "Some days I still feel like I'm being watched," she said. "I wonder if somewhere, someone is still moving a tiny version of me around in a dollhouse I haven't discovered yet." Story 12. The old apartment had its quirks, pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new tenant knew what she heard wasn't normal. The footsteps were too steady, too deliberate. They came from above, slow and measured, but she lived on the top floor. One night she worked up the courage to knock on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound stopped, the silence stretched. Then a single knock came back from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman never reported the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was just the building settling or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the attic space. Even as the footsteps continued night after night, she adapted, turning up her television volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traced paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris first heard about the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to fix a water leak. Behind it, he discovered a narrow passage that shouldn't have existed according to the building plans. When he shined his flashlight inside, the beam illuminated a makeshift living space, food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent called the police immediately. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and shaking. "Someone's been living in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The notebook contained detailed observations of Sarah Coleman, her schedule, her visitors, what she ate for dinner, what shows she watched, when she showered, when she slept. The handwriting started out neat but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with bizarre symbols appearing in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They discovered a complex network of passages built into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. The passages connected to 5 different apartments, but ended in viewing points, small holes disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigation team interviewed current residents. None reported anything unusual beyond the typical noises of apartment living. Former residents told a different story. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment described feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had moved out after only 2 weeks. None had reported their experiences, fearing they would sound paranoid. The break in the case came when forensics discovered microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing matched it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had disappeared without explanation 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris re-examined Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant living above him at the time, a quiet man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward moved out the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators tracked Edward's rental history and discovered a pattern. He had lived in 6 different apartment buildings over 20 years. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, made few social connections, and eventually left without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent complaints about needing silence. The investigators found property records showing that Edward had purchased remote rural land. When they arrived at the location, they discovered a cabin with walls lined with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps of ventilation systems and structural weak points. Detailed journals describing observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. In the center of the cabin stood a corkboard with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 of them. All former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had lived. Deep scratches marked the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation revealed human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists began the grim work of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, but residents still reported occasional noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems discovered something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the first one found. The first page contained only one line. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing matched the previous notebook. The last page held a crude drawing of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, but found her apartment empty. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television was still on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, steam fogged the mirror. As it cleared, a message became visible, written by a finger on the glass. "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward continues. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, former construction worker specializing in renovations. His knowledge of building structures had allowed him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. The image that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It's the thought of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that stopped when she knocked and then knocked back. Sometimes at night, alone in his own home, Detective Morris finds himself looking up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and wondering who else might be listening too. Story 13. The envelope was old, its edges yellowed, but the stamp was fresh, mailed just days ago. The detective opened it carefully. Inside was a single sheet of paper, its message typed in a hurried, uneven font. "I am sorry for what I did." The paper felt damp. The smell of iron clung to it. Only then did they notice the reddish smear along the bottom edge. It wasn't ink. Detective Sarah Morgan placed the letter in an evidence bag, her gloved fingers handling it with practiced precision. The forensics team had already confirmed what she suspected. The reddish stain was human blood, and it matched DNA collected from an unsolved homicide case that had haunted the department for years. The victim had been a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, found in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, her notes scattered across the floor, suggesting the attack might have been connected to a story she was working on. The case had gone cold despite hundreds of interviews and countless hours of investigation. Now this letter had arrived at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The paper and envelope revealed few fingerprints, only smudges, suggesting the sender had worn gloves. The postmark offered their first real light in months. Morgan assembled her team in the briefing room. The walls were covered with crime scene photos, timelines, and suspect profiles that had led nowhere. She pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board. "This changes everything," she told the room. "Our killer feels remorse." Detective James Chen, who had been partnered with Morgan since the beginning of the case, studied the letter. "Or wants us to think they do," he countered. "The blood could be theatrical, a way to taunt us." The forensics team traced the typewriter's unique impression patterns to a model that hadn't been manufactured in decades. Rare, but not impossible to find. They began contacting antique shops and collectors throughout the region. As the investigation gained momentum, they revisited Rebecca's life. Her editor described her as tenacious, dedicated to exposing corruption. Her latest assignment had involved investigating a wealthy family with connections to local politics. The family patriarch had died recently, leaving behind a contentious will and siblings accusing each other of manipulation. The detectives interviewed Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes. During their first conversation months ago, he had appeared devastated, providing a solid alibi. Now, with the letter in evidence, they noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, nervous glances, a slight tremble in his hands. Rebecca mentioned someone was following her, he admitted during this new interview. I thought she was being paranoid because of her investigation. I should have listened. While the detectives pursued this angle, a second letter arrived. The same typewriter, the same blood. This time the message was longer. She knew too much about the family, about the inheritance, about what happened to the old man. I never meant for it to go that far. The investigation led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where they interviewed the eldest son, Richard. His collection of antiques included several vintage typewriters. When asked about them, his explanation seemed rehearsed, too polished. The breakthrough came when the forensics team discovered microscopic fibers on the envelopes that matched custom stationery used exclusively by the family's youngest daughter, Eleanor. Upon questioning, she revealed that Richard had asked to borrow her stationery a month earlier. A search warrant for Richard's home revealed a hidden room containing newspaper clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and a vintage typewriter matching the one used for the letters. The blood analysis confirmed it belonged to Rebecca. What the detectives hadn't anticipated was the connection between Richard and Michael. Bank records showed substantial payments from Richard to Michael in the weeks before Rebecca's murder. When confronted, Michael broke down. She told me she found evidence that Richard had poisoned his father to speed up his inheritance, Michael confessed. I told Richard what she knew. It was just supposed to scare her into dropping the story. I never thought he would kill her. The final piece fell into place when Eleanor came forward with a recording. She had secretly captured a conversation between Richard and Michael discussing how to deal with Rebecca. Richard's voice was clear. She needs to be silenced permanently. Richard was arrested while attempting to flee. The prosecution built their case around the letters, the typewriter, the financial transactions, and Eleanor's recording. Michael took a plea deal in exchange for his testimony. During the trial, Richard maintained his innocence, claiming Michael had acted alone and was framing him. But the evidence was overwhelming. The jury deliberated for less than a day before returning a guilty verdict. As Richard was led away in handcuffs, Detective Morgan approached Rebecca's parents in the courtroom. No words could bring back their daughter, but the conviction brought a measure of closure. The blood-stained letters remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully planned crimes leave traces, and that remorse, whether genuine or tactical, can be the undoing of those who believe they've committed the perfect murder. The case of Rebecca Warren became a landmark example in detective training, teaching new investigators that sometimes the breakthrough doesn't come from high-tech forensics, but from something as simple as an old typewriter and the weight of guilt pressing down on a killer's conscience. Story 14. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. "I know he's watching me tonight," the final entry read. "The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random." The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. "I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent," he muttered. "That door wasn't locked." Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. "What did you find?" Morgan asked the forensic lead. "Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches." The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. "The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight." "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. She was unstable, paranoid, he told investigators. She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion. The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neuropack side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 15. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself, until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. "She reported hearing voices through the vents," said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. "Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises." Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked. a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I thought it was stress from work. Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of Alina singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. "She hears me now," one entry read. "She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me." The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Alina had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 16. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. "We never carried anything like this." The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. "That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory. When pressed further, he admitted, things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances. A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database. The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining, he said. Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. The mask moves, she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside it, symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is. The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death, cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is, a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 17. She stepped in through the front door, dust swirling in the stale air. The house had been abandoned for years, its walls peeling, its furniture draped in sheets. Exploring felt like stepping into a frozen moment in time, except for one thing. The doors, every one of them led back to the same room. No matter where she walked, no matter which handle she turned, she always ended up back in the parlor. The only way out was the way she came in. But when she turned back, the front door was gone. The discovery of Morgan Pierce's body transformed the abandoned Victorian from local curiosity to crime scene. Detective Sarah Lind stood at the threshold, watching forensic technicians move through the dim interior like ghosts. The house had acquired a certain notoriety among locals, the house where compasses spun wildly, where people reported feeling watched. Now it held secrets far darker than urban legends. Initial examination suggests she's been dead approximately 3 days, the medical examiner said, his voice barely above a whisper. Cause of death appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been found seated in an antique chair in the parlor, positioned to face the main entrance as if waiting for someone. Her expression peaceful, hands folded neatly in her lap, no signs of struggle, no defensive wounds. The scene possessed an eerie stillness that experienced investigators found unsettling. "Who reported finding the body?" Lind asked, scanning her notes. "Real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers," her partner responded. They entered, saw her sitting there, thought she was trespassing until they got closer. The house had remained unoccupied since the death of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years earlier. Family disputes had left the property in legal limbo, unwanted, unsold, and largely forgotten except by vandals and thrill seekers. Morgan Pierce was 26, a graduate student researching architectural anomalies for her thesis. Friends described her as methodical, ambitious, and fascinated by spaces that defied conventional design. The abandoned Victorian, with its reputation for disorienting visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Said Morgan mentioned visiting the house where people get lost for her research. The investigation revealed Morgan had visited the house multiple times in the weeks before her death. Her journal entries described strange acoustic properties, unexpected cold spots, and doors that seemed to lead to different rooms each time she opened them. In her final entry, she wrote of bringing specialized equipment to document what she called spatial inconsistencies. That equipment was nowhere to be found. The autopsy revealed an unexpected detailed trace amounts of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant used in certain shamanic rituals. The substance was known to cause disorientation and vivid hallucinations, but not in quantities sufficient to be lethal. She wasn't a recreational drug user, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was rigorous about her research methods. She wouldn't have compromised her perception deliberately. Digital forensics recovered fragments of deleted messages on Morgan's phone, conversations with someone who shared her fascination with the house, someone who claimed to understand its secrets. The messages grew increasingly intimate and cryptic. "The house remembers what happened there," one message read. "It wants someone to know." The investigation led detectives to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who had corresponded with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial phenomena had drawn her attention, and their professional relationship had evolved into something more personal. When questioned, Reeves appeared genuinely devastated by her death. "The house has a reputation," he explained. The original architect incorporated optical illusions and false perspectives. He designed it to confuse and disorient. Morgan believed there was something more to it, something beyond tricks of design. But Reeves had an alibi for the estimated time of death. Security footage showed him giving a lecture at a university symposium several hours away. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source: Alina Blackwood's grandson, now living abroad. When contacted by investigators, he revealed a family secret kept buried for generations. "My grandmother wasn't the only Blackwood to die in that house," he said. "There were others, always found in the parlor, always looking peaceful. The family called it the claiming." He provided investigators with journals dating back decades, documenting deaths initially ruled as heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable: individuals who spent significant time in the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically called the influence. A secondary search of the property revealed a hidden compartment behind the parlor fireplace. Inside, investigators found Morgan's missing equipment and something else: a small chamber containing artifacts from numerous indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric pattern. At the center sat a carved figurine, its features worn smooth by handling across generations. Analysis identified the carving as representing a deity associated with liminal spaces, thresholds between worlds. Residue on the artifacts matched the alkaloid found in Morgan's system. The case took another turn when forensic analysis of dust patterns in the house indicated someone else had been present when Morgan died. Partial fingerprints not matching Morgan's or any known visitors were recovered from doorknobs throughout the house. 3 weeks into the investigation, Adam Reeves was found dead in his apartment. Like Morgan, he was seated facing the entrance, expression peaceful, with the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his hand was a key that matched no lock in his apartment, but fit perfectly into the hidden compartment in the Victorian. In his final email, sent to himself as if preserving a record, Reeves wrote, "The house doesn't trap you physically, it traps your perception. Morgan was right, the doors led where they've always led, but something makes you think you're going in circles. Once you realize the truth, you can leave any time, but by then you don't want to." The case officially remains open, classified as suspicious deaths under investigation. The Victorian has since been condemned, access restricted by authorities, yet rumors persist of lights seen inside during certain nights and of visitors who enter but are never seen leaving. Some locals insist the house claims those who understand its secrets too well. Others believe Morgan and Reeves discovered something powerful and ancient, something that exists in the spaces between conventional reality. The truth remains as elusive as an exit in a house where all doors lead back to the beginning. Story 18. The package had no return label, no tracking number, just a cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't meant for her. Her address was right, but the name was wrong. She should have ignored it. Should have left it on the porch, but curiosity won. She peeled back the tape, expecting books, clothes, something harmless. Instead, inside was a VHS tape, a single sticky note attached. "Watch alone." Sarah Miller stared at the black plastic rectangle resting in her palms. The weight felt wrong, somehow heavier than it should be, as if bearing the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, feeling the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the pressure marks of someone who pushed the pen too hard against paper, urgency in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its mundane symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Normal life carried on, unaware of what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, setting it on her kitchen counter while doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had lived in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous owners had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease battled within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape called to her a mystery wrapped in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static filled the screen, at first white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dark room appeared, dimly lit by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily placed. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice quiet but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, revealing more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. "They planted everything. The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home, and somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry, signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder. Open and shut until the tapes started appearing. "The tapes complicate things," Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. "Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker." She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data, evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts, all from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced PharmaCorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of PharmaCorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. People who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty." The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 19. The old box was buried under decades of junk in the attic, a forgotten relic of the house's previous owners. Inside were faded Polaroids, mostly of birthdays and family gatherings, normal, innocent, until she reached the last photo. It was taken in her living room, the same couch, the same curtains, but the family sitting there wasn't hers, and behind them, barely visible in the dim light, was a man standing in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a chill creep up her spine as she studied the photograph. Her fingers trembled slightly, causing the edges of the Polaroid to vibrate. The family in the image, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and 2 children smiled at the camera, unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows behind them. Their expressions frozen in a moment of happiness while danger stood just feet away. She carried the photo downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her weight. The house had always felt too big, too empty since she'd moved in 4 months ago, but now it felt suffocating. Rebecca placed the photograph on her kitchen counter and stared at it under the harsh fluorescent light. The similarity was undeniable: the archway leading to the hallway, the distinctive crown molding, the bay window that let in the morning sun. This was her house, but these people were strangers. The detective arrived wearing a weathered leather jacket that had seen its fair share of crime scenes. Detective Morgan had deep-set eyes that missed nothing, scanning the photograph with methodical precision. He ran a gloved finger along the edge of the Polaroid, flipping it over to examine the blank back. "The family that sold you this house, the Nelsons, how much do you know about them?" he asked, his voice a low rumble. "Almost nothing," Rebecca admitted. "The sale went through a realtor. They had already moved out of state." Morgan nodded, his expression giving nothing away. "Mind if I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation began quietly. Rebecca learned the Nelsons had purchased the house from a family named Crawford. The Crawfords had lived there for 7 years before moving suddenly. Before them, the Mornos had owned the property for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan worked backwards through property records, interviewing former neighbors and building a timeline of occupants. The break came unexpectedly. A former mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he said with certainty. "They lived in that house for only about a year, then they just disappeared. Mail piled up for weeks before being returned. Everyone assumed they moved without telling anyone." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace. 4 people gone, no change of address, no records of enrollment in new schools for the children. Their cars were never found, bank accounts untouched, as if they had simply ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed to small details in the image: the distinctive pattern of dust particles in the air, the unnatural stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "See how they're all positioned perfectly? Someone set up the camera and then had to rush into position." But if the Sutherlands had set up the camera themselves, who was the figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging revealed more details about the shadowy presence. Tall, male, wearing what appeared to be dark clothing. His face remained obscured, but his posture suggested he was watching intently. He stood perfectly still, as if he belonged there, as if he had every right to be in that house. Detective Morgan discovered a pattern. Before the Sutherlands, another family had lived in the house for exactly 1 year before disappearing, and before them, another. 5 families over a span of 5 years, all vanishing without explanation, always after exactly 1 year of residency. Rebecca had been in the house for 4 months. The investigation uncovered building records from decades earlier. The house had been built by a renowned architect with a sterling reputation, but the project manager had disappeared near completion. His replacement, a man named Samuel Whitfield, had finished the job. Police archives contained a single photograph of Whitfield, a tall, slender man with hollow cheeks and penetrating eyes. When digitally aged and compared to the figure in the Polaroid, the match was undeniable. But Samuel Whitfield had reportedly died in a construction accident shortly after the house was completed. His body was never recovered from the collapsed foundation of another building site. The basement became the focus of the investigation. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete floor, inconsistencies in density that shouldn't have been there. When the jackhammers broke through the surface, the smell hit them first. Beneath layers of concrete and soil, they found them. Not just the Sutherlands, all of them. Every missing family, perfectly preserved in the cool, dry earth. Among their possessions was a camera, the same camera that had taken the Polaroid found in the attic, and dozens more photographs, each showing a different family, smiling, unaware of the figure watching from the shadows. The house was sealed off as a crime scene. Rebecca would never return. As investigators cataloged evidence, they discovered a crawlspace in the attic, hidden behind a false wall. Inside was a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal filled with meticulous observations of the families who had lived there. The final entry was dated just 3 days earlier. "The new one is different. She found my photograph too soon. I'll need to accelerate my timeline." Rebecca moved to a hotel under police protection. Her phone rang during the night, waking her from a fitful sleep. When she answered, there was only the sound of breathing, then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera ejecting a photo. The investigation continues to this day. The house stands empty, its windows dark, its secrets not fully revealed. No one has been able to locate Samuel Whitfield, if that was ever his real name. Some investigators believe he died decades ago, while others insist he simply moved on to a new location, a new identity, a new house. And somewhere in a darkened room, photographs are developing new families, new homes, new watchers in the shadows. The only certainty is that those who seek the truth about the man in the photograph are now being watched themselves. Story 20. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor, and on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. But when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-de crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. "I panicked," Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. "I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section." Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 21. At first, it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child, and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal? Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband Daniel had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip, distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough, placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 22. The current was slow that morning, the water glassy and still. The fisherman almost didn't notice the suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first he thought someone had dumped old clothes, but as he waded closer, the stench hit him thick, cloying, unmistakable. The case was wrapped in chains, its edges rusted from exposure. When authorities pried it open, they didn't find clothes. They found hair, fingers curled into a frozen grasp, and at the bottom a note: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she surveyed the grim scene. The victim was female, mid-30s, with dark hair and pale skin now mottled from water exposure. The medical examiner worked methodically, documenting every detail before the body was removed. What struck Mercer most wasn't the method of disposal, but the care taken with the victim's appearance: nails manicured, hair recently styled, wearing expensive clothing. She wasn't killed here, Mercer noted, watching the water lap against the muddy shoreline. She was prepared, displayed. The victim was identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent known for selling high-end properties. Divorced, no children, she lived alone in an upscale neighborhood. Her colleagues described her as ambitious, meticulous, and private. She had been reported missing by her assistant when she failed to appear at an important showing with wealthy clients. She would never miss that appointment, the assistant insisted during questioning. That sale would have been her biggest commission ever. Investigators combed through Walsh's modernist home. Everything was pristine, almost too perfect. Designer furniture arranged just so, not a speck of dust on any surface. The refrigerator contained perfectly organized meals in identical containers, labeled by day. Her closet revealed clothing arranged by color, shoes in protective bags. The anomaly was in her home office, a drawer slightly ajar. Inside, investigators found a leather-bound journal. The last entry read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." Digital forensics revealed something curious in Walsh's email: dozens of messages from unknown accounts. All contained the same phrase, "I see your perfection." All sent at exactly the same time on different days. Her browser history showed repeated searches for home security systems and personal protection devices. Detective Mercer connected these findings with evidence from the crime scene, the careful arrangement of the body, the presentation. "Our killer is methodical," she told her partner. "This wasn't rage, this was ritual." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A local pawnshop owner recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace missing from her personal effects. The man who'd pawned it was a regular Michael Linden, a quiet, unremarkable maintenance worker. Surveillance footage showed Linden entering Walsh's building multiple times over several months, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without. Always during times when she would be away showing properties. When detectives searched Linden's modest apartment, they found the walls covered with photos of Walsh and other women, all similar in appearance, all taken without their knowledge. Some were crossed out with red marker. Walsh was the third. Behind a false wall in his closet, investigators discovered a shrine. Items belonging to each victim laid out with precision: a brush with strands of hair, lipstick-stained tissues, receipts, keys. Each collection contained a small notebook detailing daily routines, preferences, habits. The interrogation room felt cold when Linden was brought in. With his neat appearance and soft-spoken manner, he seemed incapable of violence. Yet when confronted with evidence, his demeanor never changed. "They were imperfect," he finally said, voice flat. "They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through it. Catherine's left desk drawer was always disorganized. She missed a spot when she applied her lipstick. Her perfection was a lie." The search for the first two victims mentioned in his note led investigators to remote areas where two more suitcases were recovered. Both contained women with similar appearances to Walsh, both real estate agents who marketed themselves as having perfectionist attention to detail. During his trial, Linden sat motionless, his expression blank as prosecutors detailed his methods. He had stalked each woman for months, learning their routines, entering their homes, studying their lives. When he finally took them, he corrected what he perceived as their flaws, washing and styling their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest clothes before ending their lives. The families of the victims watched in silence as the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but questions lingered. What triggered Linden's obsession with these particular women? What perceived imperfection in himself was he trying to erase through these acts? The river continued its slow journey downstream, waters eventually clearing of all evidence. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk sat copies of those chilling notebooks, reminders that behind closed doors, in seemingly ordinary lives, darkness sometimes lurks beneath the surface. And sometimes the most dangerous predators are those hiding in plain sight, watching, waiting for a single flaw to reveal itself. Story 23. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address. A single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with the Special Victims Unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name." The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 24. The hotel was cheap, outdated, the kind of place people only stayed for a night. The clerk handed her the key with a strange look. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he murmured. Curiosity gnawed at her. That night, as she made her way down the dimly lit hallway, she paused in front of it. The handle was ice cold. The door looked no different from the others until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, something breathed. Detective Morgan Reed rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she ducked under the yellow crime scene tape spanning the doorway. The smell hit her first metallic and sour, a scent she recognized immediately. Blood had soaked into the thin carpet, darkening the already murky pattern to near black. The room was a study in contradictions. Pristine bathroom, untouched bed, and then the horror of what lay between them. A young woman's body sprawled on the floor, her blonde hair fanned out like a halo. Her eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, her expression frozen in what might have been surprise or terror. Reed crouched beside the victim, careful to avoid disturbing the evidence markers that dotted the scene. "Third one this season," said the forensic technician, his voice flat with professional detachment as he photographed the body from various angles. "Same signature as the others." Reed nodded silently. The victim wore elegant clothes incongruous with this forgotten motel. A designer handbag lay open on the bedside table, contents intact. This wasn't robbery. Something else drove this killer. The hotel manager hovered nervously at the doorway, his face ashen. "She checked in alone, paid cash. I never thought." His voice broke. "The maid found her when she came to clean." Reed studied the room again. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. The woman had let her killer in or known them already. Back at the station, Reed pinned photographs to the incident board. 3 women, all with similar features, all found in cheap, out-of-the-way motels. The press had started asking questions. Whispers of a serial predator spread through the community. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No DNA under the fingernails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed frowned. "This is personal, not predatory in the traditional sense." Days blurred together as the investigation intensified. Hotel surveillance footage revealed nothing unusual. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a financial analyst with no known enemies. Her friends described her as careful, meticulous, not someone who would stay in such a place willingly. A breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she'd been seeing, the sister revealed, hands trembling around her coffee cup. Someone from work. She was secretive about it, said he was complicated. Married, I think. Reed leaned forward. Did she mention a name? She called him C, that's all she would say. The investigation shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as professional, private. None knew of any relationship, but when Reed searched Werner's desk, she found a business card tucked inside a desk calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson presented the perfect facade when questioned, concerned, helpful, appropriately distanced. His alibi seemed solid, dinner with his wife and another couple. but something in his eyes made Reed uneasy. "Did you know Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed asked casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face, so brief anyone else might have missed it, only professionally. Later that week, forensics matched partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade cracked. "We were involved," he admitted, "but I ended it. She threatened to tell my wife." "Well, enough to kill her?" Reed asked. Emerson's expression hardened. "I never went to that motel." Yet hotel records told a different story. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. When they searched that room, they found a small camera hidden in the shared wall vent. The evidence mounted. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA appeared on a water glass in her room, and when they examined his home computer, they discovered similar recordings of the two previous victims. The pattern emerged. Emerson selected women who resembled his wife when younger. He convinced them to meet at specific motels, always choosing the room next to the last door on the left, a room he had already prepared with surveillance equipment. He recorded their encounters, then returned later to eliminate the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure finally shattered. "They were going to ruin everything," he whispered. "My reputation, my marriage, my life." The trial was brief but sensational. 3 families watched as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson never showed remorse, maintaining the blank expression that had served him well in the corporate world. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. As officers led him away, Reed caught his eye. For just a moment, she glimpsed something behind his mask, not humanity, but its absence, a void where empathy should have been. The media called it the door on the left case. Psychologists studied Emerson's pathology. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail. But for Reed, the case never truly closed. Sometimes, walking down hotel hallways, she found herself counting doors, wondering what secrets might breathe behind them. In the evidence locker, locked away from public view, 3 identical hotel keys remain tagged and catalogued. Physical reminders that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Story 25. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you." Her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. "The previous owners moved away suddenly," the woman explained. "The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car." The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Alina Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Alina died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Alina Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Alina's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Alina's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways, but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover. Story 26. The new tenants thought it was just peeling wallpaper, but as they stripped it away, the layers beneath told a different story. Scrawled in ink over and over was a name, the same name filling every inch of the wall, written in frantic, uneven script. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any of the records, but when they searched it online, they found a single result, a missing persons case from decades ago. And the worst part, the woman in the photo looked exactly like the one who had sold them the house. Michael and Sarah Klein never intended to renovate the Victorian-era home immediately. The charming old residence came at a surprisingly reasonable price, and the previous owner, a quiet, elegant woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had seemed eager to sell, mentioning she was relocating across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's character, its ornate woodwork and high ceilings telling stories of another era. It started with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingers against it, the paper gave way, revealing another layer beneath. Curiosity piqued. They began carefully peeling back the damaged section. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they guessed was the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper from an earlier decade, but as they continued, something unexpected emerged in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scribbles, but a name, Alina Winters, written over and over, the handwriting becoming increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who's Alina Winters?" Sarah whispered, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop open, searching property records. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. No Alina Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who sold them the house was listed as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, coffee mug in hand. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse results until they found an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Alina Winters, aged 27, reported missing during winter months. The black and white photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that matched those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article is from 30 years ago," Michael said, voice barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be about the right age now, but..." Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never had closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity evolved into an obsession. Sarah contacted the previous homeowners, working backward through county records. The renovation halted as they devoted evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for only 7 months before selling to them, unusual considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they'd endured. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man remembered the case immediately. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he described the investigation. Alina Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold fast, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before asking, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence hung heavy on the line. Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why? When they explained their discovery and showed him photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective promised to make some calls. Within days, a detective from the current force contacted them, requesting permission to examine the wall. Their home became an active investigation scene. Forensics teams carefully documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall writings to samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah discovered a hidden space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All featured the same face with subtle variations: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When police attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she'd provided, they discovered it non-existent. Her phone number no longer worked. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had disappeared, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters, but fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched another profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been committed to a mental institution shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had escaped from the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records revealed something chilling. One of her documented alternate personalities called herself Alina. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood friend, obsessed with her to the point of emulation. When Alina rejected her increasingly disturbing advances, something in Rebecca fractured. She had taken Alina's identity literally and figuratively and created an elaborate web of personalities to maintain the illusion. The scrawled name represented Rebecca's desperate attempt to maintain her grip on reality, to remember who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both confession and prison, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael watched from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had suddenly become very warm. The remains recovered from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret collapsed, and another emerged, one who confessed to killing Alina in a jealous rage. The names on the wall had been both memorial and manifestation of guilt, written by a fractured mind trying to hold onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 27. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. The final entry was dated 30 years ago, Daniel explained. After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He looked up, eyes vacant. "I just wanted quiet." During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime, and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Alina had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze.